Hi, chat. Wow, I'm zoomed in. Why is that? That's a little better. Welcome to another stream. How are y'all doing today? It is the 13th of December of 2025, and we are back for yet another stream. How are y'all doing today? I didn't stream the last couple of days because I was in Chicago. I went to a concert with my mom. The feature was Third Eye Blind, which I didn't really. I mean, I knew a few of their songs, but it wasn't why I wanted to go there. And opening for them was Yellow Card and The Paradox, and The Paradox is one of my new favorite bands, and one of my mom's new favorite bands, and so she was really excited to actually get to see them because they did open for the concert that I went to in Detroit a few weeks ago, but the logistics of the doors were really fucked up. They basically had doors at 6 and then the show at 6:30 and 5,000 people trying to shuffle into a venue. There's no way you can put 5,000 people into a venue in 30 minutes. So my mom unfortunately missed the entire set of The Paradox. I missed about half of it, which was unfortunate. But we got to see it. We got to see their set in Chicago, which was really cool. But we're back, and I think we left off on partway through day 10 of Admin of Code. I think I'm gonna try to rework my solution. I've obviously been thinking about it the whole time while not streaming. So I think I'm gonna try and attempt that. Maybe I'll time box how long I spend on it so that we can work on some of the other days. But we'll see. We'll jump into that. Let me say hi to everyone who's here, and we will jump into things. It looks like Beldothis was first today. Capelon and Major Tanya were here before the stream started. Major Tanya is also here, still. Drunk Time Lord, good to see you again. Wow, people are fast. Yeah, people are on the dot. I mean, they see the Discord notification, and then they're like, gotta get into the stream. Granger's here. Hello, hello. Third, good to see you again. I hope you're doing all right. Beldothis says, I used to be faster, but I'm retired now. You are slightly retired from the first game. It's true. It's true. Wuso, you lost your 30+ stream streak. Oh no. Oh no, you'll just have to start over. Strongly Type says, just book tickets to Japan and SFO. Ooh. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. Yeah, I didn't stream the last couple of days, so it's potential that some streaks still exist, but we have a notification to replay. We've got Particularly Pythonic, who has resubbed at 10 months. Thank you for your continued support. Great to see you again, and I hope you're doing well. Theodore says, hello. Welcome, welcome. Pandoxler says, hi, streamer. Welcome to another chat. It's true. It's true. Particularly Pythonic says, to my shame, I imported OR tools for that one. Oh, no. God, I haven't seen that library in forever. Did not have enough time that day to bother with printing my traversals, but the days after that were easy. Ah, neat. Stonkfish is here, says hello. Hello to you as well, Stonkfish. How you do? Major Tanya says, a simple matter of IFTTT, I don't know what that is. Script that starts a big alarm and sounds and wakes on LAN on the PC to open the stream. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, to game getting first? Yeah. I mean, you could script it, but why? Oh, if this, then that. Oh, cool. That makes sense. Probably some nifty library that I've never used. Okay. We do have to do one thing. Well, I want to see how long it's going to take before we do this, which is that the Dead Snakes builds are failing, and I would like to not get an email every day, so we're going to try and fix them. Yeah. Yeah. Stonkfish says, but why male models? Wait, what? Hello? Oh, yeah? Okay, what's broken here? It's the update, so it's a merge conflict. This should be not too bad to fix, although it's in 3 files, which is always fun. Oh, a Zoolander reference. Uh-huh. I actually can turn left, believe it or not. Why do I have all these clones? We don't need any of these. 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, because we're doing 7, 8, 9. We're doing fucking 315 today. Hopefully this is easy though. It's also been a while since I've had to do this, so hopefully I remember how to do it. Camon says, have you heard of the VS Code terminal throttle? Yeah, someone posted about it in the Discord. That there was like a 5 millisecond pause sleep every time you pasted a certain number of characters. Yeah, blah 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 blah. I'm not reading this. But yeah, VS Code did dumb things to solve a problem instead of being like, actually maybe we should write two files correctly. Entails Learning says, are you currently unemployed? Sort of. I have like a $6. I have like a 6 hour a week thing I'm working on with the university, and I'm about to do some contracting work, which is cool. Should be fun. But yeah, I'm essentially doing whatever the fuck. I don't need money. I'm doing it to be less bored. After 5 says, Antonio is the best Latino streamer of all time. Thank you for furthering representation of the Hispanic community on Twitch. How's it going, Hepta 5? Do you get hazard pay for the Joseki kit mix? I really should. For those that don't have context, I have been working on rewriting the history of this repo. No checkout Joseki lab / we'll get the archived one first. Oh, you can't see, but trust. We'll show the archived repo first. It also doesn't include all of what I've done, and I will be making a video on all of the crazy shit that I had to do to make this this happen, which is Anthony made a ton of money on Bitcoin and Nvidia. I would never purchase crypto, and I don't really gamble on stocks. I mostly just hang out in ETF lands and index funds and not really worry about it. Head to 5 says, I want to retire as well, but we are all one medical condition from bankruptcy. It's kind of true, but also for me it would be I'm one medical condition away from reducing my time off by 10 years and going back to work. But I don't know. I'm in good health. I'm not super worried about that. Anyway, so if we also clone the new repo, you can tell the old repo took a long time to clone, right? But I made a pretty significant improvement to the repo size. Also, this was bigger. It started at like 630-ish something. There were a bunch of branches that were just hanging out with giant files in them that I deleted as well. So pretty significant rewrite here. Also, not just the size, but the complexity as well. If you look at this original repo, there were 5 git roots, which made gitlog just do the wrong thing. And half of these were merged backwards, so gitlog is even more confused. But the new repo just has just a single git repo. Unfortunately, it picked this as the root. Yeah, I probably should have made sure this didn't end up as the root, but what did this even do? Oh, added some documentation. Yeah. I maybe should have rebased this out. Oh, an actual SVG. Wow. Amazing. Anyway. It's crazy to me that the new repo has less than 3,000 commits and the old one had greater than 12,000. Yeah, some kind of funny thing about that it also obviously changed the wait, why are these back? What? What the fuck, GitHub? Hello? There shouldn't be any releases because I deleted them all. Why are they here? Okay, GitHub is drinking that good shit. But it completely rewrote the contributor graph. And so like the person that was in second is now in fifth or something. And I was on a call with them while I pressed the button. This makes sense. But this person doesn't work on the project anymore. And this is the current most active contributor. But they were second and then now are in fourth. Mostly because I squash merged everything that was previously merged. And so it got rid of a bunch of junk commits. So anyway, little tiny update on that. How to 5 says, when are you making crop top merch? I will try and make merch next year. Try and make merch next year. It's such an absurd reduction. Yeah, the crazy, yeah, the amount of code that, well, the amount of junk in the old repo is kind of crazy. But my video will go into a lot of details on that and talk about like each phase and like why it reduced stuff down. But yeah. Pandoxer says, hey, one of the branches you deleted with my wedding photos, can you put it back, please? My wife is not happy, right? Do Java, hello. Sidebar's out of sync so often. Yeah, but it's like a week out of date now. I would buy pre-commit merch. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be part of it. Like, I think it's gonna be pre-commit merch and then some stuff for my channel. I would buy Dead Snakes merch. Do you know the story of that, Major Tony? I don't know that you've been around long enough to know the story of that. For the reason why the icon on GitHub is a black square. I guess we can tell the story really quick. Where is it? Because I still have the images for it, right? Do I not? Oh, I do. Yeah. This was a logo made by, I think Beldathis made this. And it's pretty cool. I like it, and it represents the project really well. But then the fucking armchair lawyers of the trademark consortium, which none of them are lawyers, they're not actual lawyers, got all pissy on Twitter and were like, take this down or we're gonna cease and desist your entire GitHub account. And I'm like, you fucking cringe lords, like find something better to do with your day. And they're like, this doesn't adhere to the trademark guidelines, and like, here's your like 10 different things that you're doing wrong, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, my guy, I don't think this is actually how you have to defend your trademark. And then I thought it'd be funny to go through all of the PyCon or the PyCon logos, because they're approved by the trademark committee, every single one of them, and then like resubmit them for approval and see what they would do. And like, sure enough, like I found like 3 particularly not great PyCon logos that didn't follow their guidelines, and sure enough, when I asked them, those were rejected. So I was like, well, sounds like you're just being an asshole. So that's what it is. But Judava says, I do not promote the coffee language. I work with Python/PyTest. Well, you got a real interesting username then. DevGod says, rare non-anime profile picture GitHub user. Yeah, I'm not that cringe. Twitter users in a nutshell? Yeah. Do they know about your channel points logo? You shut the fuck up right now. you don't let that get out of here. Honestly, I would buy a black square on a white shirt even more than the old Dead Snakes logo. Just because you know what it is and no one else does. Actually, that probably would hit. That would probably be a pretty cool shirt. I think I would wear that. Especially because no one would know. Stealth merch extreme edition? Yeah, exactly. Christopher, hello. How you doing? I just came in here calling me an asshole. Not you, buddy. Okay, let's see if we can fix this conflict real easy. How does this thing work? I think I need to do update, and then it should crash, and then I'll resolve the conflict, hopefully. Major Tony says, I'm always a bit self-conscious about wearing obvious here's a logo merch, so stealthy merch is my jam. Yeah. Oh. No. What the fuck? I didn't even know this would break. Oh, it just pops in. Okay. I was like, no, my fidget toy. But I think this piece just pops into here. Yeah. All better. All better. Okay. Let's figure out what went wrong here. Dead snakes. Dad snakes. Dad snakes. That'd be funny. Patches, distutils, install layout. So what is this supposed to do? Oh god. I hate this part of oh no, this is gonna be a fucking terrible merge conflict. It always is. Oh, we're already in the right directory. Okay. Please. Please don't be terrible. Why? What? Maybe I shouldn't look at this first. Maybe I should look at the configure script. Oh, this is a really messy conflict. Oh, this is neat though. This looks like this looks like maybe they merged one of the Debian patches. I have the original one built on this. Well, I have the PNG. Christopher says, can I still call myself a Python programmer even if I'm an opponent of type hints? And particularly Pythonicus? Unfortunately, yes. Right? Yeah, it's definitely this patch that it's conflicting with. This user. Oh, good, a typo. Toke Media, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Not an easy fix. There's a typo in this comment. What the fuck does this do? Platlibdir is lib. Bin libdest and libdest get moved down here. If no platform triplet. This is gonna be gross to resolve. This is gonna be super gross to resolve. I think I'm not gonna change this right now. But I also think this patch slightly makes the Debian stuff less invasive. But I'm not in the right mindset to deal with this, so we'll deal with this later. I want to work on adventive code. So that's what we're gonna do. It'll just be broken for a while. It's fine. Crazy Style, hello, how you doing? All right, so we were working on day 10, part 2. And I just refactored my code, but I'm thinking about a different solution that works nicer. But we'll maybe try and do that. Dead snakes are extra dead? Yeah, because no one else is gonna fix that fucking merge conflict. Hey, what's up, first place beat? Hello. After 5 says, have you ever considered being the Vato? El Vato? No? I have not. I've not considered that. Hepta 5. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna throw away all of this code, but just in case I want it later. Oh my god. So we're gonna approach this in a completely different way. Thanks for the shout out in your latest video. Of course. You showed me something new. I'll put you in the video. Yeah, I think all of this is going away. Just in case I want it later, me when commenting code. Well, this isn't committed yet, so that's why I'm doing it that way. Otherwise, yeah, I would not do it that way. Okay, so my idea for this is looking at one of these problems. Day 10. What? What happened here? What? It's such a strange output. I think I know what happened here. I think this is activator's output, but it's a little weird. Also, it didn't actually CD to the directory I wanted. What the fuck? That's so weird. What happened here? Super weird. Anyway. Strange. I'm just gonna ignore it for now. So do I have it in think? I do have it in think. Okay, yeah. So I sort of had this idea before. Let's just take one of these problems. I'll put it down at the bottom so chat can actually see. And this is actually just this is a series of equations. So let's number these. They'll be like b sub 0, for instance. Actually, let's just letter them. A, B, C, D, E, F. Sure. So if we look at the first position here, we have an equation that's like this, and we just need to find all the ones that have this. So A, B, C, D. So E plus F equals 3. We also have the second position. We have B plus A, B, C, D, E, F equals 5. We have the third position, 0, 1, 2. So A, B, C, D, and E equals 4. And we have the last position, A, B, D. A plus B plus D equals 7. We also have we have one more equation to this, which is the length of these is equal to the sum of these. Or the number of presses times this, times the lengths, is equal to the sum. So we have 1A plus 2B plus 1C plus 2D plus 2E plus 2F is equal to sum of 3, 5, 4, 7. And so we have this system of equations. And in some cases, we should be able to simplify them down. I think this is one where I don't have any obvious simplifications. Like, yes, I could solve for f and then make this in terms of e, and then, what? E and f? No, I want it in terms of, yeah, no, that would not help me. That would not help me at all. Like, these are the only ones where f matters, so. Anyway, like, I could simplify these down in some cases. I think one of these has, yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah, like in this case, there's only one of these that has a 5 in it, so I know that like this uniquely will make a single equation. Like if we expand out the equations for this one, damn it. Fuck, how do I do this while also making it so you can see? Yeah, if we expand out the equations for this one, let's do the same activity. So slot 1, so we have a plus b plus c is equal to 10. We have a plus c plus d is equal to 11. We have another 11, different 11 though. We have a plus c plus d is equal to 11. It's actually interesting. We have 2 of the same equations. I guess we can also simplify down these equations too, if we somehow get the same one. 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have a plus b plus just a plus b. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a plus b plus c is equal to this. And 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We actually only have 1 in here. We have c equals 5. We also have to do the final equation, which is 4a plus 3b plus 5c plus 2d is equal to sum of 10, 11, 11, 5, 10, 5. And so we know off the bat that c is already equal to 5, which actually, if we plug it into all of these 2 simplify down to the same thing. These 2 simplify down to the same thing. Actually, in fact, this one also simplifies down to the same thing. So we actually reduce this entire set of equations to just a plus b equals 5 and a plus c plus d equals 11. We only end up with these 2 equations after one round of simplification. Well, plus this one at the end. Obviously, we plug in 5 here, or yeah, 5 here, and then subtract 25 over here. And I think I can build a thing like that and make that work. When I can't simplify, I just need to test all of the possible ones. Like we know these are non-zero, so I can just increment them. And then recursively solve and recursively reduce the problem down. And I think that will complete fast enough. The whole like multiplication and button stuff, I don't think I need any of that. Basically, I'm going to solve this system of equations. Zithrius says, gaming. Hello, Zithrius. Good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. So that's what we're going to attempt. But I need to build something to represent these equations. And I think since they're all in the form of like term equals constant, I'll just represent like left-hand side is a set of terms and the right-hand side is a constant, because we don't actually need to do any funky math here. So let's do this. First place Pete says that we're still doing this in SQLite. We always start them in Python and then we'll do them in SQLite later. I guess this is a system, which is just a series of equations. How do I represent this? Yeah, maybe we make it a system. Equations is going to be a frozen set of equations. Sure. I was shocked to see a class, and then I looked a bit to the right and saw it was a name table. Yeah. we're gonna have an equation which is terms and const. And a term is going to be this. And I think with these data structures, we should be able to parse out our input and produce the result. I think I still want this, but I also don't need it. Yeah, maybe. Hey, what's up, Kevin? Hello, hello. How you doing? Good to see you. We're doing part 2 again? Yeah, I'm deciding a different way to approach this. Kind of this. What have I missed? The fuck up from last week, I guess. I don't know. I had one that sort of worked, but was sort of kind of slow. But I think this will mostly do what I want. And I guess we don't even need this. Just how are you approaching it now? System of equations, some memoization, and some algebraic simplification in theory. Like noticing that, oh hey, we have this equation that we can just substitute in and simplify down the problem. Yeah. Hopefully I can figure out how to do that programmatically. I was hoping there was an example here of the third type of simplification that I wanted to do. Maybe this other one does. Let's write out this other one and see what it looks like. A plus C plus D. A, B, C, D plus E. 0, 1, 2. A plus B plus A, B, D plus E. 3. A plus B plus A, B, C, D, E. And then A plus C plus E. Do we have an example of what I was thinking of here? Yes, we do. Okay. Perfect. Well, I need to write the other equation, which is 4 times A plus 2 times B plus 2 times C plus 3 times D plus 4 times E is equal to sum of 7, 5, 12, 7, 2. So there's actually what I wanted to look at here. So this is another like simplification that I think I can make in this, which is like, you'll notice that the left-hand side and the right-hand side only differ by this one variable. So we can actually substitute this entire equation into here and end up with D equals 5. And in fact, when we know that D equals 5, we know that E equals 0. Which probably also allows us to simplify more stuff. But I think I can use this simplification pattern to reduce the problem down as well. Robin, thank you. Man, I almost forgot my alphabet. Kevin says, I'm also trying to simplify by reduction/elimination. I had something kind of working, but for some reason got the wrong answer for my input. Oh no. Coding Graham, hello, hello. How's it going? And eventually lots of beer. We could start right now. Yeah, Jojo, you must be new to the channel. We never fucking use NumPy. Also, that doesn't really help me at all. Just solve the problem by not solving the problem and using NumPy. I can't use NumPy in SQLite, so we're not doing that shit. Obviously, I know this is a linear system. Obviously, I know I could use some linear algebra solver. I could just use Z3 for this. Like, I know, but there's no fun in that. Okay, I'll go grab a beer. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. This is what we're drinking today. Biniar, hello. It's been a bit. Good to see you. Eventually came a lot sooner than I thought. True, Stonkfish. Oh yeah, I guess I should show what we're drinking. Oh, I already did. Well, we did it again. Anyway, peanut butter porter. 5.7%. Yum. What is the MOTD? Take out your decks for deck inspection. I no longer have a deck. I am deck free now. I'm now a patio club. And it's so much better. Patio club is so much better. Ayo, cheers. Crazy Sal says, I love that I dressed up to take my dog for a walk and she decided it's time to eat. Oh no. Kevin says, apparently my strep caught my youngest caught strep bacteria, and then Jenny caught strep throat from him, and then Alfred got it from Jenny. I'm the only one who's tested negative, but was put on antibiotics to not respread it. Ah, that's a good idea. Shell exec to use Z3 easy, says Robin. Right. Whoa, you have a gold kappa, JJMC? God damn, how did you end up with a gold kappa? You RNG'd pretty well today. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Juan, hello. Finally caught the stream. Welcome. You've been here before. Biniar says you still have the type racer deem? 100%. Yo, oh my god. I love this beer. Particularly Pythonic. I haven't had it in a while though. I need to find somewhere that sells it, but Le Fin du Monde, so good. They also have another one that's more of a darker brew that's also really good. But man, I fucking love this. What do you got here? What is this little guy? Oh, is that the keyboard itself? Is the little microcontroller? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. JJMC's here. Hello, hello. Oh, I said hi to you because you got the gold kappa, right? That's part of the keyboard. Okay, cool. It's just I was just exposed board, and I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay. Hype train in another channel. Ah, nice. Drunken Master coding levels. Hey. It's the Ballmer curve's real, baby. Okay. Okay. Parse bouton. And we will make function, and we need to make system dot from buttons. Well, we can't do. What do I usually call this? Make? Yeah. Yeah. The end of the world is a beer? Yes, exactly. Isn't that good? Isn't that good? It's also delicious. I drink one at the end of the world. At the end of the world. Yeah, at the end of the world. I said the word right. Yeah. This seems fine. And then we can probably keep this here. We probably don't need that. We'll keep the dots just because it gives us an idea of like how efficient we are in solving things. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Their IPA is also my favorite IPA, and it's called. I don't know French, but Ce n'est pas la fin du monde. It's not the end of the world. Is that what it is? Where are my French viewers? Where are my French viewers at? Yeah. So we got to make this. Shouldn't be too easy. Too easy. It shouldn't be too difficult. Def make class method class. We need more than buttons. We also need the target. Buttons list frozen set int, and target is a tuple int dot 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 to self. Does it even need to be tuple? Probably not. Probably just change to list int. So just make it once. I don't need to worry about it as a cache key. But I am being careful about frozen set here because I want these to be hashable because I think I'm just going to memorize this function. It should just sort of work. Oh, how did I fuck up Twitch chat? Jesus. The French viewers, this is a trap. Right? Just checked you can have NumPy and SQLite, sort of. Oh, sure, but that's only if you wrap it in Python. But yeah, we're not doing any custom functions either. We're doing pure Ubuntu Debian stock SQLite command line is what I'm limiting myself to. Because obviously, if I can make functions, everything's kind of trivial. And I'm not writing a C extension either. You can also write C extensions that also sort of make this kind of trivial. But I do want to, as a meme, make a SQLite web framework And in order to do that, I think I need to make a extension that does the actual like network bit. But wouldn't that be such a sick Hacker News post? I wrote a web framework in only SQLite. It's faster than Fast API. That's not a high bar though. But wouldn't that be a banger Hacker News bait? I have a bunch of ideas of Hacker News bait. Another one is you know how they have all these like JS like CSS and JS frameworks, or like, you know, JS and JS frameworks. Fuck that noise. We're gonna write a pure CSS application and have like a funky interpreter that transforms CSS into like a Lisp-like thing, where you write pure CSS and it's like some fucking Lisp-like, and yeah, Tailwind SQL. Yeah, exactly, Robin. Exactly. Particularly Pythonic says, did you ever figure out why the SQLite solution was so much faster than even the PyPy one? I didn't. Do we know which day that was? Because I'm pretty sure if I run an explain, I can explain it from the explain. Oh, actually, I know which day it is because I put it in here. Day 9, part 2 is 10x faster in SQL than CPython. Yeah. Day 9. So I think if I put explain on this final query, I think if I remember, man, it's been a while since I've read one of these. But I think all of these binary -8s. I think all of these like seek GT and binary -8s are binary searches instead of full scans, which would explain the difference in the Python solution, because the Python solution essentially does a full scan on all of these. That would be my guess. But I also don't super know. But it's kind of interesting that SQLite sort of builds a fucking bytecode-like looking thing. Robin says the other day I did FizzBuzz and Tailwind. Nice, nice. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. I did FizzBuzz and IntCode. If that counts. Actually, I don't even know where that is. Where did I do that? Was it... Did I make my own repo for it? IntCode. Yeah, I did. Yeah. To see the rough algorithm I used, translated Python C fizzbuzz.py. I wrote a div mod function, which does it with just addition. I did a print num because there's no number printing in int code, obviously, because it's low level. And then if remainder 3 equals 0, print fizz. If remainder 5 equals 0, print buzz. If both non-divisible, print number. I like how I just multiplied them. That's the one way to do Boolean logic. But it was simpler to do it that way in SQLite. And then this is what I had to do for like comma separation. It was kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Next university talk about the SQLite disassembler, right? Saw something about it in Reddit for CSS, so I did it in Tailwind. Here's 2 versions. Ooh, a play link. Ooh. I guess you have to write the same expression in all of these. Oh, this feels nicer. That's pretty cool though. That's pretty cool. I like it. Nice. We got the fizz and the buzz. Oh, and you can't select the text because it's all in befores. They're all in pseudo elements. Neat. Very cool. Okay, how do I make of this? So the equations up at the top are made by doing this, and then the equation at the bottom is the big sum. So copy the LIs to get more true. Wow, we're gonna use the string module here. Rare string module usage. For in enumerate target. For button in buttons, I guess we'd say left-hand side is frozen set term 1 times string.ascii letters J button enumerate J if what? If I in button. Yeah. Let's see what that looks like. We'll see what that looks like. Was this FizzBuzz originally inspired by beer? Mine was probably. Codegram says, silly question, why use class methods as opposed to normal methods? Because most of the normal methods are filled out by name tuple. So we don't have double internet. Double internet is reserved by the meta programming. Oops. First button takes. We don't need this anymore. I should just run the linter. And be like, you don't return a value here. So it's going to be less useful than expected. Argument 2 has incompatible type. All right, because we were just going to change this to a list. Assignment never used. Missing return is what should be left. Yeah. I don't think we need these anymore. Maybe. Ashley says, are we winning, boss? No, we're taking a fat L here. But it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so these should match. Where's my think? Why am I in the wrong directory? These should match something here. Which target was this? 3547. This one down. 3547. Okay, so E plus F equals 3. B plus F equals 5. C, D, E equals 4. A, B, D equals 7. And we don't have this last equation yet, but it's fine. It's fine. term len button you know, we don't need to do it like this. We can just do letter and zip with letters like so. And we'll do the same thing down here for letter button in zip buttons string dot ASCII letters. Equations dot append equation left hand side, and the right hand side is sum target. So let's see what that looks like with one more parenthesis. In string. Oh, I'm dumb? How you doing, Ashley? How are things? Are you how's your injury rehab going? Okay, so we should have this one at the bottom, which is 1A plus 2B plus 1C plus 2D plus 2F equals 8, 12, 19. Fuck yeah, cool. First Space Feet says, is it possible to have tuple T1, T2, T3, dot, 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 or can you only have one repeating type? You now can do it with star. So tuple int star tuple stir dot dot dot. This represents it starts with an int and then has as many stirs as you want. You can also write it as tuple int unpack. And this is new with the like variable argument stuff. So yeah, you can do this if you want to. Does it actually simplify it out? No, it doesn't. That's fine. They're treated the same though. So yes, good question. I think I'm gonna make a repr for equation. Just because of the way things go. Just make it easier to debug this. Okay, what does this look like? Return. Let's see. I'm gonna make these backwards, just so I can sort them easier. And it's actually plus.join. Oh, but I didn't actually implement rubber here. If self.k does not equal 1. Shit. Nice. That looks pretty readable. Wraith Within. How's it going? That looks pretty reasonable. Yeah. Robin says I still can't get to used to reading those list comprehensions. They're just for loops, but like the way that I think about it is you just take this part and you put it at the bottom here and then you indent it properly. PagerDuty week over. Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. Return class frozen set equations. So if we run this now, we gotta probably return 0. PP equation, hell yeah. So this is one of them. And maybe this doesn't need to be a class because it's literally just this. Kegs is just passing by. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. Is this the one where it's simplified down? This is the second one? No, this is this one. Yeah, this is the one where we can identify this pattern. Well, actually, the one where I said I couldn't identify a pattern. No, we don't have anywhere we can substitute, right? I mean, we could add both of these together and then subtract other parts out, maybe. But I maybe don't need that optimization. I think I'm going to implement this optimization and this optimization and then see where that gets me. Hope you're having fun. Yeah, of course. We're streaming. We're streaming. We're streaming. We're having fun. As always. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing that we want to do is simplify, I guess. Yeah. We could... maybe this has to be nullable int. I think it has to be nullable int. If n is not none, if we're able to simplify, we just recursively call ourselves with the next thing solved. Yeah. Otherwise, we have to do work. Let's breakpoint here. Return 0. Let's implement simplify. And maybe I'll reorder the problem so that I can just pick one of the simplifiable ones first, just because it seems nicer. Okay, so probably don't need the comment because it'll be obvious when I do this. For equation in system, if len equation dot terms is equal to 1, then then what? Then what? See, the tricky part is I have this weird equation, which like maybe it ends up with one term at the end, and then I got to do actual algebra. And it might be that it's not possible. But I think that's fine. I think that's fine. TypeScript has a nice feature where you can name tuple items in the type. X number, Y number, and else piece show them in hints and autocompletes. Nice. I mean, name tuple in Python, sort of. First class citizen of that. Equation dot solve. Maybe. And the new equals frozen set eq dot substitute term n maybe this is just term. Yes, the typing system is Turing complete. Someone has implemented do minute. This isn't really the right thing that I want. Okay, so we gotta implement solve and substitute. Kevin says I was forced to Dockerize all Python apps at work for local development, and that just fucks with my flow since I don't want to commit from inside Docker, but pre-commit hooks run on commit. So now I'm stuck with this pre-commit run -a thingy, which is not as fun. You could also just run, I mean, pre-commit run without -a probably does what you want to. Someone making Doom and TypeScript types literally surprised me less than you confirming it was Turing complete. Yeah. Just get the Docker setup? Yeah. Yeah, I find that a lot of things are just... So some things Docker makes way better. But a lot of things it makes way fucking worse. And sometimes people don't stop along the way and be like, should I actually be containerizing all of this? Does this actually solve a problem? Or am I just doing this for the fucking sake of it? Oh. We also need to somehow eliminate the equation if it becomes empty. I guess we can make an equation that has no terms and is equal to 0. Just 0 equals 0. Well, maybe we just do that. Unnecessary copy. Bleh. Why did I write a plus here? I don't know. We need to implement substitute. Heard you like containers, so you put a container in a container? Yeah. Virtual gives me isolation already? Yeah, it pretty much does. I feel like it's usually pretty good. Kubernetes Mafia? Yeah. Crazy Style says, since I refuse to install Node directly on my computer, I run LSPs that are written in JavaScript as a container. Okay. You could also just have isolated Node installs. That's also a thing. And Dexter says, no, I want a network interface between my editor and my local file system. We need more of this, Docker. Yeah. I still can't accept the fact that pip just chooses an index based on some weird heuristics if two packages share the same name. Yeah, multi-index just doesn't work. You just shouldn't ever use it. But yep. Okay. Okay. what am I doing? Term for term in self.terms if term.name is equal to var. Return type self terms and then self.const minus move dot k times n. It's term dot var. Oh, what did I call this? To system. And I can probably put this down her. Well, actually, probably down her. Yeah. Breakpoint here because we want to see what it does. Where are we? We did not simplify. Here we go. So this is the one where we have c equals 5. C and 5. What the fuck? Fuck. This. What the hell? Oh. Crazy Style says we have an internal artifactory not managed by my team, but people complain that when it is down for maintenance, all jumps fail to run. Tests fail to run? They decided to install all packages on the Jenkins worker image, but still use pipe. Yeah. I mean, that sort of jobs. Yeah, jobs. That makes sense. Okay, so system is this. And it gets simplified down to this. So that's pretty cool. Oh, I got rid of a lot of terms there. Correct is aggressive? Yeah. Okay, that seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. I think I'm gonna hit my assert here eventually. And so I'm gonna have to worry about that. But okay, I like this so far. I like this so far. Okay. We also wanted to do that other simplification. Let's do the other simplification. If the subtraction of our terms and the other's terms is equal to 1, then we have a situation where we can do the mathy bits. What was the think? Day 10. Juster, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Think, Anthony, think. This one. Intho think, yeah. So we could simplify it into just this equals this minus this, and then let this do the second simplification. Would probably work. Would probably be good enough. And I think we can actually just leave all the equations the same and add another equation that's subtraction. I think. Does this make it not a frozen set anymore? I think it actually is fine. Yeah. So let's break a point here. So in this case, we know that D is equal to 5. So let's see if we can get that happening. F? What? Where do we get an F? What? Oh. Oh. Yeah, we need to also make sure that it's strict containment. Nice, nice. This is the one we expect. So now we should have a system where d equals 5, and it should go through this again. And we should simplify out this. So we do B54. Oh, we hit this first. Oh, fuck. Right. Right, we'll recurse forever. Bulk writing Python tip articles to make me look competent on LinkedIn. As time passes, my definition of tip is becoming broader and broader. Did you know that 1 + 1 is equal to 2? For well-formed values of 1? Right, so this is going to recurse if I do it this way. So I think I'm actually just going to split this into a second for loop. Just to make it always do this first. This is going to be simpler than having to do all the thinky bits down here. So let's put a breakpoint here, just to show, actually we can just put it right before this. Okay, that one didn't do any simplification. This did this. We added d equals 5 to our system. We removed d equals 5 from our system. I did learn you're meant to open SQLite connections with auto commit equals false. But why? I feel like unless you're okay with auto commit, I feel like auto commit's fine. Or you use your context manager. Okay, so this is going to give us equals 0, which is interesting. Interesting. Which simplifies down to this. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I feel like this is sort of doing what I want. Will either autocommit true or false, but not unspecified, which gives legacy behavior? What is the legacy behavior? Does it choose autocommit based on the statement type or something? Or just, I don't know. Base levs low. First place Pete says no idea. Oh, well. I've been living with the default behavior forever, so whatever it is, it works fine for me. But I also use context managers for transactions, and yeah. Autocommit for DML, but not DDL. Oh. Anyway, this is pretty cool. So I think like we might be able to find other simplifications, but for now this is the main two that I was thinking about. There's others where we probably can combine 3 equations to figure something out, but this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Like, for instance, we can probably take this equation, solve for C, substitute it into here. Take this equation, solve for B, substitute it in here, and then we have an equation of A's only. But I don't think we need to do that. I think we can get away with just brute forcing from here. But we'll see. We'll see. It's possible. Default's never affected me, but it's great tip fodder. Oh. 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 Yeah. Easy first try tonight, says Kevin. On this? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. This probably won't be sufficient to what I would need to do, because we haven't even done the actual thingy bits yet. We've just let it simplify. And simplify the continue by using and? Yeah. But these are two separate ideas, so I don't know. It's whatever. Whatever. I think I would actually write it like this, and I would write a test for each of these, although this one is trivial because it's just the knot of this. And technically you do system minus equation in a curly brace, but then you have to build a whole object. It's whatever. It's whatever. Okay, we now need to pick a variable and reduce it out, I guess. Yeah. Robert Reboot, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. There's also a possibility where we accidentally make some of these negative, but I don't think that's possible. Robbie Reboot. That makes way more sense than whatever the fuck I said. Or it could be Rob Beer Boot. What did I even say? Also, Robbie, welcome to the stream. What the hell did I say? Beer is beer? Yeah, of course. I feel like this should be a function, probably. Oh, I actually need to actually include the other parts too. Of course. Is it a bubble? Yes. Welcome to the stream. Great name. I feel stupid, but a squared plus 2ab plus b squared is simply a plus b squared. Yes. Yes, it is. Now what about a squared minus b squared? That's a plus b times a minus b. Is it a bubble just a lurker? Well, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you lurking nonetheless. So at some point, we're going to end up with illegal equations, I think. Which is a problem, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I think we'll figure that out when we actually return a value somewhere. Because I feel like we need to return system max size in some case. But I don't know. I don't know. Do I dare use the new syntax for this? It probably makes this a little bit shorter, doesn't it? I plus compute one substitute system var I. Something like that. Pick var, we need to implement. Undefined name n. Oh, right. Pick var. Stir int. We need to figure out how to implement this. Does it return? Yes, of course. Blitz7ZTV says, "What you doing?" Ah, if you would have spelled it out, it would have worked out. Rewriting NumPy using SQLite. Yeah. Kevin says, "I'm thinking of changing my name to Finger Me." Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Robin says, "I don't know, I'm just typing equations." Yeah. So I learned a fun thing, which is that the quadratic formula in the US is taught completely different than it is taught in, I want to say Sweden, but I forget. But I was watching a YouTube video and they were like, yeah, we learned this other form where we simplify to 1 and then use the same formula but different. Okay, but I need to fill my water. I will be right back. I will see you in a sec. Button. Hi chat, I'm back. Okay, picking a variable. Variable? Why did I say it so dumb? I think I'm just gonna pick one at random. We might be able to optimize this function later though. Yeah, so let's just say, Kinagram says, I just saw the Python logo through gang signs. Yes, except it's thinking. It's the Python. Also, you've been here before, Kinagram. How have you not seen the Python? This gets an equation. This gets us a term. Script says, dude, I was reading that book yesterday. Oh yeah, what was you bought a giant expensive book? $450. Oh, a textbook. It was a textbook. Certainly a textbook. Computer Systems, a Programmer's Perspective. I think I have a pirated version of this book. It looks super familiar. Oh, it's cheaper here. It's only $186. I guess I could have asked Anthony to send it to me. Would have been cheaper. It's a MacBook. Yeah. Also, TV Josh, good to see you again. Hello, hello. I'm working on Advent of Code again. Crazy Sal says, did anyone else encounter this behavior when I had more than dict values for types? My iPad decided it has to be dict stir object. Yeah, it tries to simplify based on a common subclass, and if it can't, it goes to object. I want the original, and then I have to pay a shit ton to get it from the US. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. 4 is in the wrong place. I think I understood what you meant. But yeah, MyPy will try and simplify based on a common base class, and if it can't, then obviously the common base class of unknown thinks it's object. It probably means you should be using a type dict, because dict stir a big ol' union is a fucking useless type anyway, because you don't have a good way to unpack from it. And so you might as well have object anyway. But yeah. We want to be able to bound things based on if they have a term with this variable. So if any t.var equals var for t in terms, actually we could say next none. Is that how this works? Next iter empty list 5. Yeah. Are we ever modifying low? I don't know. Maybe not. We never modify low. So then we will just get rid of it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Damn it. What the fuck happened here? Oh my god. Now these are all misindented. What the fuck? Why is this not... Oh, it's any, because I need iter. There we go. The low is gone. Bool has no attribute K. Because I meant to do this. What is the actual error? No overload of min matches type int. What does it think the type is? Oh, because I need 2 arguments. Obviously. Obviously. Thank you, my pie. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. First place P has been reading the docs. I decided that auto commit equals false equals true is better than unspecified, mainly because of the implicit transaction opens. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. TV Josh says, is this a linear algebra solver? Yes, but terrible. Yes, but shitty, which is fine. MobiScript says, my favorite heading in anthonywritescode's bio is definitely Dick Sword. Maybe not safe for work. No, it's super safe for work. That's the best one. Okay, I think this should work, but it's probably pretty slow. Generator raised stop iteration. Because we ended up with an empty range, maybe? What? How did you raise a stop iteration? This should have 2 values in it. What? What if we write out the whole thing? Stop iteration where? But where? Where did it come from? Oh, here. What the fuck? Aha. If it's an empty set, if there's no system, we return 0, I guess. Our base case, we forgot about that. And here's where we're trying to solve with a Legal term. Okay, what is self.const? -6. Well then, we should never end up in this case. I can't negative press buttons. Oh no. What the fuck is that, Kevin? Well, we should never end up with an equation that has negatives, so something went wrong there. Advertising your full suite of social personas? Yeah. It's when you pull the button instead of pushing it. Yeah, so somehow we've ended up with negatives, which probably from this. That's the only place we subtract, right? I guess we also subtract here and here. I guess we could adjust our simplify thing. If we see any negatives, we just return sysmax size empty frozen set. Maybe. Kevin said, "Now, well, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you as always." If any equation dot const is less than 0. So that's positive. 2 times c equals 2. So that one is solvable. This is online. We'll probably had a different assertion error. We get an illegal value. Wow. Let's figure out why that happens. We have it printing a value though, so that's cool. $10. That's, I think, not the right value. Oh no, that's the right value. Okay. $12. Yeah. 11. That's the right value. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Sometimes it produces the right value and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, fuck me. Ah! Oh man. Okay. The reason is two things. This is not deterministic because sets are random ordered. This is set order based. It shouldn't actually matter. It shouldn't actually matter, but somewhere in here we produce invalid results, which I think has to do with this. I am kind of surprised that this... Like, somewhere in here we're substituting a value that isn't possible. We end up with an equation that isn't solvable. I don't quite know where that is. I do think I should move this up, though. Because we're probably ending up with a negative. Like, if we have a single equation... Yeah, this needs to move up. And now I think it should always be the right value. Yeah, this seems pretty consistent now. So this is the case where we end up with something that's not divisible. So we need to somehow return a thing where it's not solvable. Yeah. So I guess this returns nullable now. Maybe? Wow, it solves a lot more of them now. We've never gotten this far before. I'm curious if I memorize this, if it changed anything. Oh, let's just try that. Why was it slower that time? I guess based on the variable it picks, it might go further. I should probably make the variable choosing deterministic. But yeah, let's figure out which problem it's getting stuck on. And then we add another simplification to the problem, to the thing, I guess. Holy hell, look at this one. Cannot be simplified. Okay. What do you mean system is not defined? We actually do have things that are potentially simplifiable here. But I guess in that case, we probably need to... We would just replace this equation with the subtraction. Yeah, we don't even need this case here, I think. And we can just kill this equation? I think? Oh, we got further! Hello? Oh, fuck. And then we recursed too much. How? Oh, we got null equals 1. We got null equals 1. How did that happen? How did that happen? How did that happen? Probably this here can produce an illegal equation. Yeah. Yeah, this can produce an equation with no terms. I guess that. I think there's also another case where this produces no terms in positive, which is also illegally bad. Yeah, we ended up with a constant equal to nothing. Okay, it's doing more though. Senyai, welcome to the stream. Just you run it 100 times and pick the value that occurs most often, yeah. No, I want to redo day 10 part 2. I did the lazy Z3 approach. So we're on another problem that's funky. Let's not run it with PDB and see where it's at. Also, we can go faster because we have the PyPy. Fuck. Shit. Right, but we don't have new syntax. Why does PyPy feel slower? PyPy no licky, yeah. It also no likey, yeah. So where did it actually simplify here? 183, 186, 183, 191. This equation is gone and are moved. 55, 66, 205, 166, 69. Nice. 1455. Oh yeah, this equation became this one down here. A plus C equals 28. It should simplify this further too. And really, anytime we get a small part, it should also chomp down other things. Maybe we make simplify recursive so that it just gives us the right value. Or maybe we just say actually, I don't even think we need to do this. whenever we have this 0, 0, comma, we can actually just return simplify this, right? That'll at least get all of these waggy ones out of the way. It won't resimplify this, but that's okay, I guess. I feel like the CPython is faster. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so the problem is we didn't actually simplify down much, did we? We had 11 equations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We still have 11 equations. Mitri, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. So now we gotta get cheekier, I guess. Because none of these have overlap anymore. And this is where it just starts fucking brute forcing from here and doesn't find anything of value. But maybe our cache speeds it up? I don't know. That was the worst way to try and reactivate the virtual env. I don't know, maybe PyBit is faster. What happens if we put our cache here? It definitely goes faster, so it seems worth it. Does it benefit from larger cache? It is annoying that it stalls sometimes, but I think it's just where it picks a bad variable. But I don't know how to make it pick a better variable. Maybe picking a better variable is enough to make this actually work. No, I got further this time. Make it pick a solution? Yeah, just get the answer, Fivehead. Okay, so this is one of the ones that it didn't solve well. Oh, because it's actually a comma. Could pick a variable that happens least often. Yeah, I already had that idea. That's what I did in the old solution. But I do like the random variable idea. But yeah, least often is kind of nice in that you tend to make more simplifiable things. You get rid of the rare things. And maybe that's enough to get this to continue. It would certainly make it deterministic, which should also be nice. But it's kind of funky that there's no I guess our simplification is also not deterministic too. But it shouldn't matter? Maybe? I guess it could matter. Like if you took a chunk out of, I guess you would take a chunk out of the other side too, and eventually you'd end up at the same place. Yeah, like looking at this, the F and H values, like maybe it isn't pick the rarest, it might just be pick a variable from the shortest equation. I don't know. Oh, it got further though. It eventually figured those ones out. Eventually brute forced it. You could also like, I was thinking you could use like budgets to like make it not go that far. Also, don't get excited that it's actually approaching the answer because it needs to do, I think, 4 lines of this. No. Yeah, almost 4 lines of dots, so even if it gets to the end of the line, it's not that good. Yeah. Like, there's also the possibility that we can simplify based on this bottom expression that we've not really tried to do anything with. Because we've just said it doesn't have terms that can match anything, so... Whiskey W, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Like, there's certainly the possibility that we somehow have the same n of something in here. So like A and C. No, that one doesn't work. I mean, you could... You could multiply this by 6. And then substitute this as 1C, remove the A, and add the 28. Like, that would be possible. Like, that would be one way to simplify this down. But I don't know that that's enough to actually get the answer in the end. And it would certainly reduce the number of terms and the amount of computation. And we know we can always kind of remove from this, can't we? Like, we could take the longest one and find the minimum of here and substitute that out. I'm also not even certain this is a useful equation, is it? It's like, yeah, for each of these terms, we can sort of, like, this is actually, you know, if we subtract A, B, C, D, etc. from this, we can slowly reduce the terms of this based on these values here, and then subtract 191 from over here. And then, in theory, some variables will pop out. Maybe we try that. Yeah, let's try that, I guess. Because this system we haven't bothered to try and simplify at all. Yeah, let's try that idea. But yeah, then maybe we'll try the picking the variable better approach. Maybe we should just pick the variable best anyway. Or not even best. Let's just pick the variable. Let's just pick the minimum variable, like go left to right, even though it's not going to be best. For eq in system, for term in eq.terms. Yeah, so we'll just pick the lowest alphabetical. But for now, gotta restart music. For now, we'll just pick the minimum alphabetically. And I think we did determine this improved stuff, so we should keep it. Maybe we just do subtract self other equation. Okay, so we implemented the same thing that we already have. Then we made it deterministic. Let's make sure that this still works. Okay. Make sure that this still chugs along a bit. Okay. So let's try the other idea. We sort of need to make a dictionary of the terms rather than having them like this, which is kind of annoying. Oh, I don't need to do this. We can do it later. I think that implements the same thing. Okay, so it should subtract a C, D, and E from this. And then we should get A, 2B, E, 2F, and D. Oh, the problem is we might subtract more than we want, or not subtract the ideal one. We want to subtract the longest one, I think, because that's more likely to eliminate terms. Because it doesn't really matter. Minnie Jenkins says, quick question, is the recommendation way between if condition return A, return B? I like else, personally, because it's easier for humans to read. I have a video on this, but I don't remember the title. Yeah. Yeah, that first video that I recommended is the one that I like. Because it's easy for a human to see, like, these are two disparate cases and here. Yeah, I'm thinking here, like, this potentially simplifies into something that's worse. Or like not that usable. Like I don't know that it actually simplifies here. Like it might choose a bad simplification. I think the other one couldn't choose a bad one because it's just always getting down to single terms. Maybe? Maybe you have to sort them by their length and pick those ones first? Yeah, if they're just guards you don't want else or don't need else, but like... Like, I think that works. But I don't know that it actually gets us further. So, what does this give us? Nothing to simplify. That's not, that can't be right. Oh no, it just did it recursively. Okay, yeah. So this is what we reduced down the big equation to. Is it the same every time? It should be deterministic. No, it shouldn't be deterministic. Because we might simplify in a different way. But yeah, we have no C's left to get rid of here. Like, I think we almost want to generate as many equations that we can get out of this, where we eliminate each separate variable, and then that should spill out potential ways to reduce further. Like, especially if it can make equations that only have one term. The problem I think becomes when they're like it'll try the same simplification again and just waste time. We don't want it to waste time. But like we should be able to generate tons and tons of equations from this and potentially use them for other things. Like, how can we do that? Because we do this here, which is maybe not what we want. Like, maybe we just go through all of the equations and generate all of them? And we could try that. Exotic male escort says, you're the man who's responsible for the pre-commits that my company runs. It's not specifically true. I may have made the framework, but that doesn't mean that I picked which ones you're running. That's on you. Take responsibility by fixing my 400 broken unit test? Sounds like you done fucking goofed. Exotic male escort. I guess we can also say elif new eq not in system. How did the first problem not need any simplification? Oh no, this is the first problem. Yeah. And I want to run PyTest, not this. So it generated all those other systems from this, which is maybe useful. Let's see. This is kind of what I expected. God damn it. This doesn't really make things simpler, does it? We ended up with the like power set of the equations. But maybe we can do better than this by not generating so many equations. Maybe generating so many equations okay? um hmm hmm like I think we could make it generate not as many equations, but let's see. Okay, we've made it hilariously slow. I mean, running the debugger makes it slower, but yeah, we've made it way slower. Okay. What can we do? Like, we're just subtracting one at a time here, which seems not great. We can really figure out the... I guess we should only do this when the right-hand side has terms of 1. And then we can just subtract the min value of all the terms. So let's put this back, because this is the easy case. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't know how to say your name, but if you say hi in chat, I can say hi to your anglicized name. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Better than no. I ran a bunch of miles today. Hooray! Wonder what the intended solution for this one was. Surely not just use a solver. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't gone on the Reddits yet to look. So this should just do one big subtraction. Oh, we gotta do times n. Let's see what we get here. We never hit this case. Really? Really? Because we always hit the simpler case. Like, surely we don't... What? Up to 5 says, Mr. Antonio, how do you ask to get laid off in a coy way without being straight up asking? I want that 6-month severance. 18 month in Cobra? Where the fuck are you getting 18 months in Cobra? Dude, I gotta pay for mine. I also didn't get 6 months severance either. Oh, from Salesforce. I mean, sometimes you can indicate to your manager, like, hey, I hear they're doing layoffs. Cobra is at Python++, right? I'm amazed that this never is hit. I'm very amazed that this is never hit. I'm thoroughly amazed. It's hit here though. Oh. It's hit here, but it will fail. Okay, let's remove this breakpoint and try the other one now. Okay, A, C, D, F. And what are the new terms? 2F times 2A. Ah, we can also simplify this down. But that doesn't super help us. Like, we can factor. We can factor. So that's another idea and another way we can simplify here. But I don't know. I think this is probably better now. Oh, fuck. It's good enough to produce an answer now. What? That was it? That's all I need to do? This number looks way too big, though. That number looks way too big. This can't be right. This can't be right. This number looks way too big. Yeah, we also get a different number each time. I think this is sys.max size plus something. So someplace where we're getting an illegal solution. Or where it thought there was only one solution. So we've perhaps simplified wrong somewhere. Yeah, like I guess we've done a subtraction where we got rid of every term. Oh, that's gonna be super annoying. How many presses? Until the eventual heat death of the universe. Yeah. Up to 5s. I got all my dental work done for the year. Make sure to use your deductible. Yeah. Pragma says running part 2 instead of part 1. No, we're running the right thing. We're working on part 2. Yeah, so I think something about this is wrong, because I bet if I return none... Well, then why don't our tests fail? They do. They do spectacularly. What did I just change? I don't even remember what I changed. I don't even remember what I just changed. Nothing. It's not that far off, 33. Yeah. Exactly. I'm time traveling again? Yeah, I am, aren't I? Wish there's a button from here, but I gotta do this. Boop. Okay, so this is wrong, I guess. I think it's just that we produce a legal value here, but that doesn't make sense to me. Let's look at this and see where... Well, because we should be hitting this now, yeah? Oh, was I running the test for part 1? Oh, that could have been what it was. Thank you, Pragma99. Okay, so E and F, we should remove both of those terms in 6. So we clearly do that. Oh, we need to remove the overlap of them. Not this. Yeah. What? Here we're subtracting C, D, and E. There's only one C, there's 2 D's and 2 E's. Okay, so that makes sense. -1? No! How? How did you go negative? What? E and F. How did I get -1 times A and -1 times C? Oh. I see, I understand. I understand. I understand. Oh, I missed Stuff Coded here. Thank you for the follow. And Tech Papa, thank you as well for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Dota says there's one test and you're repling stuff to check the functions. Not judging, just genuinely curious. Kind of. I could write more tests. You're right, but it's This is fast enough. I think in reality I would write more tests, but this seems good enough. Okay, P cell, P other. So we should subtract all the B's and all the F's. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, this looks better now. Okay. And I've made it slower. How though? I guess maybe we're spending a lot of time building other equations. Do similar throwaway code. Even some way to get feedback fast that it isn't test. Or invent some, yeah. Yeah, it's literally faster if I don't have this thing. Which is annoying. Which is annoying. It's super weird. Okay, well I guess that tells me pretty quickly that this optimization is not worth it. Even though it was cool. Time to write a C extension, delegate to solve. I don't even think so. I don't even think so. But let's see what the tough problem is. Did we end up with more equations? We did. Oh, because I think I guess let's get an intuition of how slow it is to get to like the stuck point. I guess we can do it with it's like 2.5 seconds there. And what if we do the old way? Cannot unpack non-iterable? Oh. So it does seem to be faster here, I guess, to keep all the equations around. Although that one got to the O at about the same time. I don't know. I think we'll just leave it like this, which seems okay. It'll eventually simplify down to all of them, just one at a time. And I don't think there's any reason to keep the other ones around. Okay, so now we try and I guess figure out what we can do to make this better. This is our system. Gaussian elimination? No fucking idea what that is. I'm gonna invent a version of it poorly, probably. This is the same one we had before. It is. This is actually exactly the same one we had before. Oh, but I had the idea of factoring things that I didn't go through. So we eliminate Gauss in a standoff. Yeah, I didn't actually do the factoring bit of this. So maybe there is something to... Did I get rid of the code for it? No, we left it. Maybe there is something to this. Maybe there is something to this. Yeah. I'm gonna put this back temporarily. Even though it sort of makes it slower. Because we didn't do the factoring thing. Rock, paper, scissors, Gauss, Fourier. New game should be fun. Right? What do I want? I want GCD? GC, yeah. GCD? So we had like 2, 2, and 66. It would be 2. What if we have mixed things here? Yeah, you got automated for a good reason. But it's still funny nonetheless. Okay, this I don't need to do here. I think I can just... do here. Yeah, I used a banned word, Dota. You not mention the robots in here? Of course not. Otherwise, half the fucking messages would be the robots. Is the banned word Rust? No, Rust is fine. There's nothing wrong with Rust. Well. Well. Term K var K integer divide GCD for var. Yeah. And I think if I do this. None type has no factor. No. Oh. Match.gcd. Yeah. Why is the only RAM I could think is chlamydia? Oh. NVIDIA? Division by 0. Wait, how did I get a GCD of 0? What? Oh. I know how. We actually don't need this anymore. We can do that. Don't think it's good enough though, which is annoying. I'm gonna use the restroom and fill my water. I will be right back. I will see you in a sec. Hello, I'm back. Fuck. I mean, it is making progress here. I think, like, with multiprocessing, this would actually get an eventual answer. I'm kind of curious if I throw multiprocessing at this, what it does, even though this will not work for SQLite at all. What do I want? IMAP unordered. What is the fucking nproc? Yeah. I mean, let's see what it does. Oh, I guess I've structured it in a way that it's not helpful there. Oh, also the cache. I forget whether we determined if the cache was useful or not. Because this will be a useless cross-process. Let's see. It's like time to get to the O with no cache. Well, how the fuck did it get there? What the fuck? Why is it so non-deterministic? Super annoying. Bomeo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well, but I would love to reproduce that bug. Please give me the zero division again. Oh, I have breakpoint equals 0. So it won't even hit it. Adding multiprocessing to a flaky non-deterministic code is a great idea. Yeah, that's why I want to get it so it's deterministic at least. It hit it before it got the O, which is why I should just run this in a fucking loop instead. How many is this? 28. How do I do that? Oh, but it might be set ordering, so it might not actually change that way. Fuck. How could it possibly end up with 0? Because I'm pretty sure we check that, right? Oh, if it's less than 0. Well, this doesn't necessarily mean that that happens. But that tells me another simplification. Yeah, I think I don't want this. We can do this. Yeah, that's fine. If we ever have an equation where the const is 0, then all of the terms must be 0. Spaceberry, hello, hello, how you doing? There's an r/rock paper scissors variance? Yeah, probably, almost certainly. Frig, who can I show my new rock paper scissors game to? Even my mom would tell me go away, you're lame. Oh no. I realize that I'm not fixing my I know what the non-deterministic is, but I'm not fixing it, unfortunately. In fact, we're building an optimization on top of it. Next iter equation dot terms. Oh, we know it's always 0. So we can do return simplify substitute system term dot var 0. Do we ever hit this? E plus D equals 0. So if we... That's cool. That's cool. So if we simplify substitute system term dot var 0. Oh, let's just say D. We got out something equals 2. We got B equals 2. Okay. That's cool. Stop iteration. No. Flaky stop iteration. No. Flaking wrong answer. No. Shit. I really gotta fix the determinism problem. Here we go. We got null equals 0. So how did we end up in this situation? We should have never added this to here. New eq.const. What? Oh. These are the same equation. How did this one live, but not this one? I'm thinking that whenever I build an equation, I should actually just factor it down. Panductor says greedy algorithm? No. Moody algorithm? Yes. The secret to faster is to be wrong and be okay with it. Not quite. Yeah, I don't know how we got one that was smaller than the correct value. That's pretty bad. But we need to solve this problem too. Just run it and pipe it to AOC submit and let us do a real gamble. Well, it doesn't, I don't think it completes right now. Yeah, it still gets stuck at the same place. So I don't think we'll do that. Okay, what the fuck? And so anytime we do a substitution, we also need to do a simplify, I guess, is what I'm learning. Like this, these both need to. Simplify, substitute and simplify. Yeah, but it's also, it's both of these. It's really anytime I build one, I need to make one. Do I really not build them anywhere else? Oh, here. Oh, I called factor twice. That was perhaps one reason why it was really confusing. Let's run it. Oh no. How? How did you get this value? Oh, fucking A. Well, let's figure out how it got that. Let's run it until it fails, and we should get a printed output of the values it got along the way. Mr. Cracker says, hi, I've been trying to stream for a while, but the chat is just full of bots who follow, send you a link to Discord and unfollow 1 minute later. Yeah, follow bots are pretty bad. I happen to agree with you. So one thing to do is set up good content filter. So for instance, how do I show this without giving away my full set of filters? Because I don't really want chat to know some of them. Where does that live? Moderation settings. Chat rules. No, not chat rules. That's the other thing. Where's automod? Automod. Blocked terms. Yeah, so for instance, here's some like blocked terms that I add, which are pretty nice. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Jesus fucking Christ. How many of these are there? This one. This one. I'm triggering so many spam detection systems on Twitch's side, maybe. But yeah, these are some of my block phrases, and that helps, I guess. Wow, 3 for 3, Wusa. See, I thought that was a bot. No, it was me. I just paste those in there. This site has scarred me, bro. I mean, Twitch doesn't do a good job of filtering spam, so yeah, do it yourself, I guess. The streamer has been permanently banned from Twitch. Yeah, watch my like view count goes to 0. I've been banned. No, that one would be impossible to automod, Wusa. Also, please don't fish around. Okay, so somehow we got 9 for the first one. We got 12 and 11 though, as expected. But how the fuck did it get 9? I guess we can print every time it's simplified. And that'll maybe tell us what happened there. Well, we got some answers there, I guess. So here's where it got 9. It came up with an equation where something was negative. All right, Pandoxer. So like anytime we end up with negative, we just can't do that. We should ban those. But we haven't done, like, we have this here to prevent it, but the problem is, like, I think things leak out. But these are all positive numbers, so I'm not too worried about that. Alright, it's not looping. On to the next one. Oh, this is gonna be so annoying to figure out where, especially because it's not deterministic, which is also very annoying. I guess we can just make it deterministic and then figure it out from there if it's still buggy. The problem is, I know there's a bug, and if making it deterministic doesn't reproduce the bug, then we're super fucked. Yeah. We actually can substitute all the variables here for 0. Hmm. 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 You know your situation is bad when you start print debugging? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. Let's get rid of our prints because I'm not happy with that. I think I know what's happening, but I don't know really how to fix it. Like, I think we're ending up with a series of equations where at a phase we have like we have some impossibility. Or even after a substitution we have an impossibility. Like, this could produce a value that's not legal. Like, we could simplify down to something that's not legal. Which, like, we can see here, like, we decided here that e is equal to 2, but we left this behind, which should have never happened. Like, this whole branch should have gotten eliminated. Oh, ma'am, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. But I'm not exactly sure where it happened, so it's gonna be hard to find. Does it actually make sense to represent our system as a set, or could I represent it as a sorted tuple? That would make it deterministic. Does the set actually benefit us? It does, because we use something like this here. We could convert it to set and out whenever we do that. Which might be fine. I think it's this line that's the problem. But it's very difficult to tell. Like, this at least never simplified a negative number, so that seems fine. But I don't know how it possibly got a 9 press for this. Oh, I guess we could print here instead. That would probably help us. Actually, let's try this, because I think this is actually going to be a better print place. Oh, I exited the wrong thing. 255 is what I wanted. Okay, so we got 9 again here. Where did my print go? Here. So we got none in this. These all look fine. This all looks fine. This is where things are not fine. We got 5. Ah, we picked some solution. What did we have? E? How did you have E? Maybe we print... those again. Okay, 21.9. Okay, so we should see the before and after of any of these simplifications. So we started with this. We did not make any meaningful simplifications, but we did. Where did this go? Yeah, where did this even go? that fall out entirely? What? I guess it made something happen. Okay, CD equals 4. This didn't change at all. That's still here. EF equals 3. That didn't change. This is still here. BF equals 5. Didn't change. Still here. ABD equals 7. Also didn't change. Still here. But somehow, this equation turned into CD equals 4. Oh, because... I don't see how. I don't see how. C, D, E. Somehow we subtracted everything out of there. Probably via this. But we still don't even know whether that's the one that resulted in the final value, where it was fooky because of the recursion. But I guess this could make sense. We have one C, we have two D's, and we have two E's. So if we subtract D and E, once and A once and F twice? Oh, we get A, B, and D would give us 1B, 1C, 1D, 2 E's, and 2 F's. We could just subtract all those out and then end up with, yeah, okay, I can see. Kuhani says you can tell it's a hard problem. It took 15 lines of APL. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know that my return max and max size and frozen set hack is a good idea, but I don't know. I'm gonna kind of roll with it. Okay, I think this substitute is part of our problem. Let's, I guess, define some illegalities. So we definitely know this is an illegal case. Well, I guess we just need to check if an equation is illegal. Yeah. Or so our constant is 0, or we have a constant without terms. Is there any other case that's illegal? Oh, there's also the case where there's only one term and it is not moddable. It's another illegal case. Hey, what's up, Emma? Hello, hello. Yeah, so this is fine because it would eliminate out the solution already. um what did I just fuck up? This line, so the illegal, if it's negative, or we have a constant without terms, or this seems correct. I guess we should start writing some tests for stuff. God, this is actually really fucking painful to write out, isn't it? Are you writing a CAS? I don't know what a CAS is, but probably. What the fuck? Oh, a comma missing here. It's a terrible error message. Perhaps I forgot a comma, but it's underlining the wrong spot. Computer algebra system. Yeah, I am sort of making one of those. Yeah. Well, it never hits that. Well, now I'm really confused because it was like failing continuously. What did I change? Oh, I changed this. What's illegal from this? Constants less than 0 or... Oh. Parens. What? Oh my fucking god, it's not a property. Okay, bless. We actually have illegal things here now. Jeez. Song's looping, so we're going on to the next one. Also Sage / Senpai. Yeah, we're trying to not use a solver. That is our point here today. Okay, that seems fine, but we shouldn't need it at all, I think. We shouldn't need it here because we should be able to... We should be able to do this here. And never hit that. Oh no, we still hit this fuckery. No! How do we find a solution that's faster than possible? Super annoying. I think not having a system class where I can actually keep track of these in a reasonable manner is kind of a problem. Don't go over to the dark side. I mean, I would just make another name tuple. Okay, so the problem is in this first equation here. but we get an absurd amount of output that's going to be really hard to actually figure out where something went wrong. Like, this is an eliminated branch. Or at least this is here. The problem is I don't really know the depth. This like isn't easy to see what happened here. Like somehow it ended up with 9 and I don't really know why. So some simplification I'm doing is just wrong. And really here we could zero out everything, so maybe we just do that. What does this give us? But it should have given us a contradiction. So that's probably where the bug is. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is do this in phases. Yeah, because the problem is calling substitute on a one member function where it matches. That should never happen, and we can just eliminate it by doing this one member equation. So now I think that should have fixed that bug. Given it's not hitting it in 1 in 50, then it seems fine. Call that good. We still have a bunch of prints that we can get rid of. What is illegal about this system? Oh, this. this equation here. How did we get here? We got here from this. But how did we get here? We tried D of 0. Which gave us this equation here. Okay. Up to 5. This is like the 3rd time you told me this stream. We need positive reinforcement. Yeah. There's also another class of equations we can eliminate where all of the, I guess all of the coefficients are even and the result ends up odd, but that seems pretty niche. Probably not going to actually help us. And it's still not faster than before. Oh, I did want to see. Why is this so flaky? Oh, because it's not deterministic. Okay, we have caching off right now, so let's see what happens if we throw multiprocessing at it just for the lamaus. Threads? No, process. Oh, I guess if it's processes, we can leave the caching on, yeah. That's fine. It's crazy that it gets through almost all of the problems and then gets stuck. Peace, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Why does Twitch have a gift 1,000 memberships option? Does it really? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, that was a lot faster. Yeah, because multiprocessing allows me to get most of the problems done while leaving the other ones behind. Yeah, there are 2 problems. There are 2 problems left that it's trying to solve. So I do think this will complete. But like, but I'm not entirely happy with it. It is wild that almost all of the problems solve very quickly. Oh, it solved one of them. It's literally just the last problem left. So this will get an answer, but I'm still not super satisfied with this because I feel like there still should be a way to reduce down this problem further. Watching a subathon where someone gifted a total of 1,084 subs within a month. Yeah, people have problems. A one-shot option to spend 4,000 euros is also, yeah, crazy. There are some situations where it sort of makes sense. Fucking often like a corporation will sponsor a stream and gift a bunch of subs as a way to do the sponsoring. All right, we can do a little gamble. Even though we're probably, well, I should have time boxed because we spent 4 hours on this. We'll see. Is this correct? I'm not satisfied with this answer though, because we still haven't made it not just multiprocessing go burr. Like if this is the right answer, I think I will come back to this problem, but we'll move on for now and call it good enough. I don't think it's correct though, so we'll see. We'll see how the gamble works out. It produced a value, but is it correct? Anyone can tell. Ooh, Emma says no. Particularly Pythonic says yes. Not many people are gambling. What the hell? You ask for gamble, and then we gamble. What? Why you know? Okay, this song's looping too. Okay, there we go. A bunch of people put in doubter votes right at the end. Sorry, I'm a doubter today. It's okay. I doubt this too. We got a number out. That doesn't mean it's a good one. Too low. Okay. Good to know. Doubters are correct. Thank goodness. Choose outcome. No. Boom, the richer. Yeah. Okay. Didn't even use AOC Smith. Well, yeah, I have a whole bunch of dots here. And given how long this took. Tells me that shit's fucked somewhere. Okay. Let's go through and figure out where things could be wrong. Because we've clearly made an optimization that's incorrect. Why does opening this tab keep fucking this up? Why? What is your working directory? That's super weird. Why? Why does it... That one works. What's cursed about this one? Usually it picks the working directory from whatever this tab is, whatever the current tab is. Like, this one works correctly. And this one should go to the chatbot. What is fucking wrong with this tab? What is your... You know what? Oh. Oh. There was a backgrounded... Oh, we were in a oh. We were in the Dead Snake subshell. Okay, that sort of makes sense. That sort of makes sense. Okay. Fuck that tab. That also explains the weirdness from earlier. Weird. Okay. Yeah. Okay, term. You look completely fine. Illegal. We're pretty confident on this. This part is a little bit weird. We should never end up with something that's negative. So let's just say assert assert all term dot k greater than 0 for term in terms. So that should never fail. Seems pretty fine. Can this make something illegal? How would it make something illegal? No, it should just simplify down to, oh, it could if they're all the same terms. Do I want greater than versus greater than or equal to? Like, I kind of want greater than, don't I? Yeah. It shouldn't make a difference, but... it really gets pretty far along there, doesn't it? Oh, it's not as far along this time. It's fine. So this is implementation of maybe subtract. For term and other dot terms. See, if we had frozen dictionary, this is how I'd represent terms instead of my frozen set of string integer things. That would probably make this simpler. If the others term is not in this, or this is less than that, then we can't. We actually don't need this at all, because we're checking that they're exactly 1. Shock Dota says maybe I should do advent of code enclosure. Do it. Make it happen. So now we find... Oh wait, I just got rid of... Oh no, I just changed this condition here. And I guess we can put elif. Still checking. Where were we? We do expect this to sometimes zero things out here. This could produce an illegal equation if all the terms matched. Like it was the same equation on both sides. Um, but how you doing, Easy Light? Good evening. Did we get another answer here? Not yet. Oh man, that one's really still going. I should really be working on making this deterministic. That would make it easier to find the bug, rather than just looking through all the code and seeing what happens. This case should never happen anymore. I should get rid of the multiprocessing. I guess that's how I can switch it on and off. What the fuck? Oh, we don't print the dots anymore. How do I know it's doing work? Yeah, I don't know what the MOT is about. I should probably change that before I get banned for some stupid reason. Or I'll just wait for chat to change it for me. So this is never false anymore. So that simplifies that a little bit. See, I really have two sets of things. I have like solve a single variable, and I have simplify down the problem. And I think I should separate those two out. So that I can figure out the like simplification easier. So maybe I do that. It's code vods chair only. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, let's maybe do that. You can time box it 4 hours later. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I should really listen to my own self. I think I should get rid of this from here. Can't let him go over a good puzzle. I also feel like I'm pretty close somehow. Yeah, so I think we want solve variable here. And then set the max time to 30 hours, only 7.5% has passed. Yeah. See, I'm worried about this case here now. Like, I want this to just return system. But I need a way to represent an illegal system, I guess? Like, I feel like this should be here. Like, I want this. But I want this to never happen. But we do know that this is a simplification case. Why did we put 5 in here? Oh, because we have this. So we end up with an illegal one there. I guess maybe if it's illegal, we just return. We just don't try and simplify it. And that seems fine. And I guess we just allow it to build an illegal one here. And then this should always stop us from doing dumb things. Maybe. The off by one bug is back. Yeah. I guess because this loses information. Yeah, the determinism is really fucking weird. Maybe I should make this deterministic. Let's try and make this deterministic. That still doesn't make this other one deterministic though. But it would make everything so much easier. So this is one of the cases that I was worried about here. So that actually makes sense. Is that assertion true? So we end up with a contradiction there. Exotic male escort says, "Are you retired?" Basically, that's my current meme. So this substitution is illegal, but why? He's maybe retired, but about the... We are not sure. About the what? Oh, I thought that was a banned word. Is that not a banned word in my chat? It should be. Oh, it's because you capitalized it. Well, let's fix that. Where's the... There it is. Oh, it's actually not. Okay, well, fixed. So this is weird to me, but unclear if that's the problem. It's like, what would happen here? We would substitute something for 0. We would end up with 0 equals 1. We would break this here. I guess this if equal terms is a potential source of bugs. Wow, we substituted F for 3 when it was 4. That's great. Okay, I think that like maybe fixed the bug. I guess we could say it does not equal equation frozen set 0. And maybe I don't even do this here. Maybe I just... Maybe I just eliminate it in here. Trivial. Nice. Okay. That makes me feel decent. Okay, so now substitute can't break the invariant anymore, so that's good. And now our code is hella slow. Cool. Why though? Oh, because we're no longer breaking early on this case here. What happens if we do this? We're back to slow. How are we back to slow? No! What have I done? We're back to fast again. I just needed to call simplify, I guess. Probably because it was keeping this around. But I guess this doesn't need to happen anymore, but that shouldn't make a huge difference. Ugh. I'm kind of curious if we do this again, what happens? All right, we need to comment this out as well. Why is there red space here? Oh, there's a bug in the text editor. What happened here? Why is this red space? Oh, because there was a linter error. Makes sense. It's definitely slower than before. And this is definitely not anywhere near as the number I got stuck on before. Oh, don't shrink the window for no reason. Oh, he's maybe tired, but about the we're not sure. Now I understand your joke, Easy Light. I got hella whooshed there. Man, this is really annoying. Oh, hey, Wusa. I'm hoping this will present a result, but I'm not certain anymore that it will. Because there's still 5 problems to go. We'll just kill it. That obviously worked to kill it. Oh, man. Okay, let's go back to serial and find slow and figure out why slow. So do I actually have to solve systems of equations? I think that might be what we have to do, unfortunately. I didn't really want to have to do that, but... Wait, how did we end up with these two? How did we end up with 2 equations that have... Oh wait, no we don't. No, we don't. We don't. Sorry. These are 2 separate blocks. I'm losing my mind. Losing my mind. I mean, one thing that we can figure out is, well, no, we can't. I was gonna say we can figure out even and odd, but we kind of can't. That would reduce half of the problems, but it doesn't actually help us here. Like, we kind of need to be able to simplify one level further here, and then the solution will probably fall out, but I don't even know how can I even do that manually? Let's see if we can do it manually. All right, so let's say that we wanted to solve for, I don't know. Let's take one of these since it's probably easiest. Like, what has eyes in it? These all have eyes in it. So the problem is I don't see a way to eliminate variables. We've sort of already figured out all the ways to easily eliminate variables. We would need to like add parts together and then subtract them. A human has eyes in it, but a fish does not. So true. So true, bestie. Yeah, how do I solve systems of equations with lots of variables? So let's take this one for instance. Let's find all things with E's and I's in them. Okay, it's these here. Linear algebra if you're sane, but no. I don't want to have to deal with matrices and remember my fucking calc from a decade and a half ago. I'm gonna be stubborn. Like, I also am not entirely sure that this actually gets a solution out. Like, I think at some point we still have multiple solutions to this problem. I'm just trying to think in my head, like, is it the case that I can't deduce any more solutions from this? I guess I could put this into a solver and see what it says. I guess I could put it into a solver and see what it says. So if I remember how to use Z3. We're just gonna parse this and turn it into equations, I guess. You know what, we don't have to do that, we can just do it sed. Or the equivalent of sed. No, that's not what I wanted. Hit solver? I don't remember. Fuck. Yeah, I realize I fucked up the import down there. Is this how this thing works? Oops. What? What is the thing that I want? Check. Fuck. And then how do I get the actual results? It's like model or something? Yeah. What? We ended up with negatives. Oh, we need to tell it those are greater than 0. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm losing my mind. Is it gonna be mad that I added more variables? I don't know, we'll find out. Check. We're gonna stop using the debugger here. Should just be using manual. What the fuck? How did we end up with capital letters here? Oh, because we have ASCII letters. That also doesn't tell me if there's a unique solution, though. Is this the last day? No, we're still on day 10, part 2. Jank? Yeah, so this, I think, just tells us one solution. Exactly what I would have done? Yeah. Fuck it, dot lower. I think this just gives us one solution, not that there's a unique solution, though. Yeah, I think this just gives us one solution, not that there's not not the ideal, or not that it's unique. I don't know why this helps me. Does this help me? I guess I could plug these all into Wolfram Alpha and then it would tell me, right? If there's a... but I kind of need them to be in commas. Invalid replacement string, yeah. No! Maximum number of characters. You can assert not on the solution you got and see if it still solves. That's true. Like I could try L does not equal 10. Yeah. Yeah, it gives me another answer here. So that tells me that there is no unique solution. Emma says FFFFF. Yeah. Oh, regarding the Wolfram Alpha error? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that answered my question that there isn't a unique solution at this point, at least based on L. Maybe some of the variables are unique, but it sort of looks like they all changed except maybe I stayed the same. And maybe E stayed the same. Okay, so I has to be 18 is what I think this is telling me. Yeah, so how would we get I must be 18 out of this? So I guess it is solvable for I at this point. So I guess let's try solving for I. Which would somehow mean we have to solve for E in terms of I. I can minimize with Z3. Yeah, I know I could find the actual answer to the problem with Z3. That part's not tough. But I think this is telling me that there's some methodology based on this input that I could find the value for I. Which I think means that E also, like both of these must be determined. And so I guess anything based on E and I should also be forced. But let's see. There's only 2 E's, so that maybe makes it easier to get out. And there's a fuck ton of I's. So if we put this into here, we would get this minus I equals 20. And then what do we have I's in? I guess we'll just copy everything from this below. So these are the ones with E's and I's. So somehow with this we need to figure out our result. This actually seems interesting because this problem is fairly unique. Oh, I guess I did have another idea, which was like knowing the uniqueness of a particular variable makes it easier to reduce problems down, or no? I forget what it was. So how the fuck do we determine that there's a constant out of all of this? Is crazy to me. Like, I guess we just start substituting stuff and see what happens. So let's substitute this into here. We get A plus B plus D minus I plus G plus H equals 46. This doesn't seem very useful. This doesn't seem very useful. Honestly, none of this seems very useful. I'm gonna reinvent linear algebra, basically, but shitty. Bad linear algebra is what I'm gonna reinvent. Because I'm really just trying to do basic algebra, not even linear algebra. Future linear algebra. No. Stop it. Yeah, so I think this is actually not that helpful to simplify. Maybe we need to take I and substitute into all of these and then play around with them. So let's see what happens with that. So we get minus E plus K equals 204. We get 2 times C minus E plus J plus L is equal to 52. And we get B plus C plus G minus E plus J is equal to 25. Like, I feel like I can eliminate G and E, because we see G and E here as well. But that still just gives us another set of nonsense. In fact, it gives us a big large number, and anytime we add a negative, I feel like we're just going the wrong direction. We also have E and J in these, or negative E and positive J in these. So maybe we solve for that. So that doesn't help us. I think I'm going down just fucking terrible rabbit hole here. Oh, we also never let the slow one complete. Yeah, there must just be some, like... I feel like this is just systems of equations. Why am I struggles? Like, we sort of know intuitively I can't substitute any parts of that into here, because we've simplified it down to not having any substitutable parts. Unless I'm just missing something. Negatives make me nervous. Because I was thinking, like, we could substitute that into here, which would give us negative 2b minus L is a value here, but that doesn't help us that much. And I don't want to read a textbook. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to kick off the multiprocess solution and we're going to start working on the next problem. And I will come back to this. Because I think my code will produce a result eventually. Oh, I did want to see if the cache actually is helpful anymore. That seems too big. How big is 2 to the 15? No, that's probably fine. Next problem should be a good morale booster. Yeah, that's the hope, right? We never really fixed that this is not deterministic. We also made it way slower at some point, and I don't really understand why. Lost in Oxford, hello. What's the goal of the problem? You can read the problem yourself. I think this was potentially one of the things where we know it's illegal at this point. And we're building and going another loop. Oh, we're never really calling simplify here, are we? Oh, I guess we do. Maybe we should call it here. Okay, that seems like it's faster now. All right, let's put the multiprocessing in place and do the next problem. And maybe it'll give an answer, but probably the wrong one, like before. All right, multiprocessing, go burr. Let's look at the next problem. Let's commit some of what I have though. Day 10, part 1. What did I change here? Oh. With the non-determinism, the gambling's even more real now. It's kind of true, isn't it? It's kind of true. How many has it gotten up to? Oh, only 4 more to solve. My partial brute force solver. Okay. Let's do day 11. Let's yeah, do day 11. Ooh, this sounds like a graph problem. Sounds like a graph problem. 5 hours and we're on to day 11. Well, not really, because we didn't actually get the answer here, but okay. Inputs, outputs, find path, can't flow backwards. So we start with U and with out. Find every path from U to out. Five different paths from U to out. Okay. This seems a lot easier. So we're looking for unique paths. We can kind of just breadth first search and keep track of our paths and what we've seen and just go from there. It shouldn't be too bad. Bread first search, hell yeah. Okay, edges. Oh, we don't even need it to be a set, do we? Do we even need a scene set? We can never traverse backwards, right? Yeah, we can't ever flow backwards. So I'm guessing there's no loops, so it's literally just find all the paths. Okay. Wait, I don't see a U here. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, okay. I mean, I said I was going to use breadth first, but we could also do depth first. We'll do breadth first, why not? expected was this. Yeah. All right, prediction for this one. Give me 30 seconds. Gable time. How long do you think it takes to come up with the puzzle versus how long does it take to come up with the lore around the puzzle? I think Eric's talked about this before. He's given like conference talks about it. I don't know. Good question. Let's see. We got Pandox has got 10K on yes. We got 69 on no with Major Tanya. Well, a lot in the pot on yes. Not much in the pot on no. All right. Let's do part one. Hooray! All right, on to part two. They know the problem passes through a DAC and an FFT. Okay. They're still not sure which specific path is the problem, and so they now need you to find every path from the server rack to out. However, the paths you find must also visit both DAC and FFT in any order. This seems also pretty easy. Oh, they gave us a new output. All right, I guess we will prediction again. V Mandarinha says, occasionally I go back and look at clips to see what I've missed lately. Mostly seems like normal stuff I've missed, except something about evolution and scoping and shoveling. Clips is not very useful on my channel, I find, for summaries, because rarely do things get clipped. All right, gamble time. Part 2 of Pythonic says, interesting, we had the same solution for part 1. Oh, like the same number? Connie says, how do I predict Control C? You say no. You say no, is it correct? You say no as correct. Holy fuck, there's a lot of things here. I'm starting to think your Control C might be right. Yeah, probably you're gonna have to think more about this. There's no way it's that simple. But we're gonna see what happens. I expect my RAM is going burr. Yes, it is. It is indeed. It is probably Control C hour. We're gonna have to actually do a fun pathing problem today. Yeah, we'll let that one die. All right, there's a little prediction no. Choose outcome no. I mean, it would probably eventually get the right answer, but So there's probably there's an easier way to do this. Like, really, we need to find this path, this path, this path, this path, and then multiply them. Probably. That's probably what I would do. Let's try that. Okay, so then the result is we can also, no, I don't need to cache anything there. So it's this plus that. Oh. No. We're gonna do this. What the fuck type do you think this is, my pie? Oh. I guess I could probably just use list. But, whatever. Key error out. Oh. Okay. I'm behind. How have in the last several days of AOC been? I know 9 was a lot tougher. Well, I haven't really finished 10, unless this is right. But I'm not going to be satisfied with this as the answer either. So the last number was too low. We now have this, so it could be the right answer. I guess we can do a little gamble on day 10. They're just talking about day 10. Day 10. Where my multiprocessing eventually, after 700 seconds, got an answer. Emma Chinko, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's a true gamble. Robin has put 5K on yes. All right, let's see whether this works for day 10, part 2. I'm not really going to be happy with it as the answer, even if it is right. It is right. So it is correct, but it's really fucking slow. You're gonna be rich, Robin. You're getting so few points though. Choose outcome, yes. Yeah. So we'll deal with that in a sec. We'll deal with that in a sec. This is still day 10. All right, but now, you see, if I can brute force it, I will. Yeah. Who cares about efficiency? Oh, end of the 10th is fine. I mean, that's pretty slow. Still faster than solving by hand, probably. All right. Now we get to do another prediction for day 11, part 2. More gamble. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Oh, this MyPy button got fixed. What was this one? Oh, this was the match error line. How did they end up fixing it? Ah, fall back to the mapping pattern itself. Cool. Seems fine. What's my result? You don't get to see that part yet. Oh, but it's 100% yes, and somehow Kuhani voted no with 0 points. Okay, so either everyone loses or actually what happens? What happens if it's no? Did this improve the solution enough that this is not going to be a problem? Twitch didn't show you that one. Oh, I probably didn't say anything. Even this is consuming all of the RAM. Oh. Right, because this is still going to traverse all of the paths that don't make any sense. Also, I guess there was no guarantee that there weren't loops here. Yeah. I wonder if we are hitting loops. Well, another Control C. Another Control C. I guess we can see if we're hitting loops. It would be kind of evil if there were loops. I think it's not. But we could also just go backwards. We could also just go backwards, which might be good enough. Yeah, the problem is there's some like combinatoric explosion somewhere that just gives us a shit ton of paths that are sort of useless. So let's try the reverse paths just to see what happens. They need to go through both, right? Find all the paths that lead from this to out. How many of those visit both? Well, we can avoid doing that, I guess. I'm kind of curious. So that's kind of interesting. Oh, I guess this has to be true. This has to be true, otherwise there'd be a cycle. Yeah. So this is interesting that that's easy. I mean, we can try the edges in the reverse direction, and then go backwards instead. Just from the assumption that it explodes in the forward direction, but not the backwards direction. Huge cycle day, quick 8 kilometers, but it was nice. Nice. I ran further than that today. So even this is still pretty slow. Oh, do I have to actually make a fucking pathing algorithm? I don't want to make a fucking pathing algorithm. Here's the solution, another beer. Yeah. So I know I don't need to do this at all because we know that there are no paths between these two. So is this computable? Is this computable? Maybe not. Oh, but didn't we compute this one forward and get an answer? somewhere? No. The answer is no. But we weren't able to get this one last time, right? Yeah, we didn't let it finish. So some of these are easier in the other direction. I guess how do we figure out what is a dead end? And we just never want something to reach that position again. Like what? Let's look at our actual input here. So like we kind of know. I mean, these are our only ways out. Hub. Where is even the... Am I looking at the wrong input here? No. Oh, there it is. It's just because there's FFF and FFT. I was like, but how? But how? Why am I not braining at all about this? This seems easier than I expect. Another beer is actually a good idea though. Oh god, it's 6:30. Eric must have made this intentionally reversed bad as well, which is good. That's a good thought there. Okay, so how, I guess I'm trying to think, how do I prune results that are useless such that I never traverse down them again? The problem is that somewhere internally it's like blowing up quadratically. So I guess I need to find like through points and like figure out each separate set of paths along them. Like I think this idea about finding paths to paths and then multiplying them makes a lot of sense. But I sort of need to do that recursively. And then it should just be like multiplication at the end. Maybe. And like we kind of know from part 1. We kind of know from part 1 like yeah, how would I figure out what the hubs are without looking at the input, I guess? I mean, this seems like one of the parts of fuckery, and there's also another one here. But for the most part, oh, there's another one here too as well. We actually don't care about the path objects themselves. We just care about their length and their last value. So we don't actually need to build the values out. It still doesn't help us with our explosion though. But maybe instead of doing that, we just have a number. That would save us on memory. But we would still explode out to 550 nodes. It's still a huge search. Let's try it without that. We actually don't even care about the path itself. Let's go forward just in general. We don't need to set. We don't need to deal with the set. So that still works, but this more slowly blows through our RAM. But this doesn't. Oh, this is the wrong problem. Why am I struggling with this? Probably because I've spent 4 hours losing all of my brain on day 10. So we know that this whole branch is useless. And this one doesn't compute. And this one also doesn't compute. That one does. So we need to figure out why those two don't. I guess for these, I mean, we sort of manually know that if we ever reach this before this, then it's trash. So maybe we can use that fact to do this. I guess we can say this. But this is also slow, so that doesn't really help us. Because there's no way this leads to this or we'd have a cycle. So that would only help us reduce this one down a little bit. So let's just do that then. So we know that this one's fine. We actually found this one, but in the reverse direction, didn't we? F of T to DAC. Somewhere, right? No? Unclear. Unclear. But does this one complete now? Also no. Yeah, this one's kind of weird. This is the other day. Like, I think the problem with this is I can't just do this. I mean, the idea about multiplying them is probably part of the problem, or part of the solution. But like, the number of paths from this to this is 1. The number of paths from this to this is 1. The total paths is 2, but we have these 3 multipliers. So I feel like the hub part here is sort of a hint, but not quite. Like anytime we get to F, from F to out, there's 2 choices. So I feel like we have to like maybe go like compute far enough back. But the problem is we don't super know all of the paths from out. And the answer at some point is multiplication. Because I expect this number to actually be really large. Given how long it is taking to compute. Unless one of these like big things is just a dead end. But actually we know that the paths aren't dead ends. Because all paths eventually lead to out. All paths eventually lead to out. So those are the ways to get to the out. And then we can simplify our graph by pushing out backwards when it is 1-to-1. That doesn't really help us that much. Or I guess we should do grep colon. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess if we traverse backwards, we sort of know how many paths we've taken to get to a particular point, and then like the answer from how many paths from ELR to out is the answer of this to out plus this to out plus this to out plus this to out. And so at any point we should be able to compute each of those individual ones and just add them together and cache it all. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. This song's looping. On to the next one. So we no longer need a deck at all. That seems too simple. That can't be right. Compute.locals._paths takes 2 arguments. That's an interesting error message. Oh. I guess? Well, we got an answer now. Why is this so simple? Why is my brain not braining at all? Yeah, this totally makes sense. We probably also don't even need this anymore. Oh, actually, no, we still do need this. All right, prediction time. I'll give you a minute to gamble. Edging on the graph right now, aren't we all? Aren't we all? God, it's so simple and so elegant and so stupid. All in on red, says Robin. Well, you have put 10k on yes. Kiggs has got a tiny amount on no. 96, what is that? That's not a funny number. It's like the worst number. Big gamble. Your 96 points. Oh, to round out your babbies, but you'll probably get more as it happens. X! Thank you for the resub at 32 months. Yo! It's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I can rewrite this like this so that it looks nice again. Okay, gambles are in. Wow, we did it. Oh crap, I think I bet wrong. No, you're good. You're good. Partia Pythonic says, I turned the PR into a bracket matching one. This is surprisingly so much more involved than rainbow brackets. Oh no. Wait, why is it more complicated? Why is it more complicated? Kulani says I had 119 quadrillion possible paths. Nice. I had 1,000, million, billion, trillion. Yours was bigger than mine. Scope checking on where the cursor is and incomplete bracket handling. Oh, right. Yeah. True. True. Okay. Way too slow. Day 10, part 2. Since we technically got it working. Oh shit. You gotta remove the dead code. Takes 10 minutes, yeah. Oh, as in the total number of possible paths. Oh, neat. Neat. All right. Let's do day 12. And then we will port day 11 to SQLite, maybe? Although at some point I should sign off. All right, we're going to start on day 12. No promise on finishing it. We got some sort of maybe game of life-like problem. Holy fucking shit, what the hell? Why are there so many thingies at the bottom? Okay, well. Let's look at 12. Christmas tree farm. Paste our input. Where's the fucking answer? What? How many of the regions can fit all of the presents listed? Okay, so 2 is the expected value. Okay, so what is our problem here? Oh, it's a pecking problem, isn't it? Yeah, it is a pecking problem. List of the presents shape. Second, it contains the size of the region under each tree and a list of the number of presents of each state shape that need to fit into that region. The quantity of each shape. Okay. Presents can be rotated and flipped. Oh. Can't overlap. They can fit together. After some experimentation, boy. Yeah, this one seems tough. Like, I feel like this is sort of a tessellation problem. Like, brute forcing doesn't seem terrible, but our input has pretty large numbers of both. The shapes are pretty small though. Are our shapes the same? I mean, this is the same as this one. Do we have this one? I don't see that one over here. So they're different. Eric found the MP book. I mean, I think this problem isn't impossible, because it's just like, we really have a lot more shapes than this because we have different ways to orient them, but I almost feel like this one, it might be easier by hand. Like given our input, we probably know some stuff about them. I mean, there's definitely ways to completely eliminate stuff that we don't even need to check. Like if the number 4, 5, 6, or they always have 6? No, this one has 7. This one has 7. Some of them have 7, some of them have fewer. Like, we can probably eliminate some of them by not even checking. Maybe. Like what? This is 60 squares and well, This was drawn out, and there's plenty of squares here, so maybe it's not that. This seems kind of wild, though. Yeah, I don't even know where to think about this problem. Other than just try shit and see what happens. This song is also looping on the next one. Puzzle pieces. Clutch R6S, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. So the problem is you could pick any puzzle or any puzzle piece to put at any point. It looks, at least in this example here, like one was just arbitrarily placed and then the things were placed around it, but like I would think you would want to start in a corner with one of the pieces and then add stuff. 444 in sight. Yeah. The thing is, like, you also need to try every flip and orientation of this. It helps that this only has some number of orientation, or like, there's only 4 ways to represent this one. Same with this one. Same with this one. This one only has 2? 2 ways to represent it? This one has 8, I believe. This one has 8 as well. So that seems not that great. Because you have like n ways to represent a thing. You can try n different shapes, and each of them have a bajillion ways to try stuff. And a bunch of different places they could be placed on the board. Kuhani, thank you for the sub with Prime. Appreciate it. You found a sub. You've been subbed before. Congrats on your fancy new badge. Appreciate you subscribing. Yeah, like the brute force just seems so bad on this. Emma's gotta go. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you as always. Like, I wonder if... This just seems overwhelming. We sort of know... Like, I wonder if this is just how do you make super shapes and tessellate. But I don't know. I don't know. And I think I'm hungry, and I think I'm going to deal with this tomorrow. So, a little unsatisfactory, but we will continue this tomorrow. Oh, actually, you know what? You know what? Let's do something that doesn't require thinking. Let's write some SQLite. Let's write some SQLite. How do I want to represent this in SQLite? I guess I should just solve it part 2, but as part 2. Doesn't require thinking. Let's write some SQLite. Yes, exactly. So our problem is we do sort of this like recursion here, which how do I represent that in SQLite? We could do this with triggers. Maybe. We do this with triggers, maybe. But I feel like the depth might be a problem. So how do I change this problem to not be recursive and not be cached like this? Caching we can do with insert or replace, or insert or ignore. But we'd have to know what to insert in the first place. What tools do we have here? I say this is simpler, but it's not really simpler. Parsing, not hard. That part's easy. But I need to think about how to get this to work. And the recursion is the problem because we can recurse with triggers, but we can't go very deep. Like, I know we can insert these values. That's pretty easy. Yeah, this is actually pretty tough. Let's do the parsing, and then think about it some more. And let's get small. Oh, actually, let's get small here. And let's work over here so that chat can see. So we sort of have key to value. So we can kind of represent this as array of arrays. And then create a table that's edges. And now we need to JSON this. Would you rather eat a barracuda wrapped in towels or a trench coat dipped in sausage? Mastermind, what the fuck is this question? Well, I'm a pescatarian, so I wouldn't be able to consume sausage, but what the fuck is this question? I have no idea what you're asking. You'll have to elaborate. Okay, so it's gonna be array of arrays. So then we also need to replace. This also seems right. We also want to replace. This is something you'd ask on a first date? No fucking way you'd ask this on a first date. They'd be like, what the hell is wrong with you? Bye. Would you rather jump on a trampoline full of giraffes or help a monkey cook pancakes during a full moon? Don't really care to do either of them. Oh, we need to do not this like that. Okay, this looks like difficult to understand. Don't have trailing commas. I want trailing commas. Did that work correctly? Oh, we also still have this left over from the other problem too. What? What did I fuck up here? Char 10. Oh, this does need a comma here. Malform JSON. No. We can figure out what the malform JSON is though. By doing this, and being like, what is our JSON? Yeah. This also doesn't need to be like that. But we need... Oh wait, that's right. But we need an extra squacket at the end. Yeah, that's how you can tell I'm tired. I didn't even notice that it did the wrong thing there. The wrong comment. Malform JSON still. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, these need to be quoted. Shit. Right. I think if I just put double quotes on all these, then it'll just work. Okay, did this produce the right value? A goes to U and H. U goes to B and C. C... Oh, B goes to D and E. C goes to those three. D goes to D. E goes to out. F goes to out. Sick. Okay. Clearly you're too locked in to have forgotten to take your meds. I did take them today, but it's been... They're gone by this point. They're gone by this point. What is this blue sky that you got? The trans healthcare trolley problem. Oh no. The guy over there might voluntarily walk onto the train track. Oh no. Yeah, that is if you don't choose the giraffe, we'll get beheaded? What? I don't understand, Mastermind. Okay, so we have this. And we sort of need to figure out how to make our algorithm work. But it's our part 2 algorithm, which is this. Ultimately this, but how do I transform these tiny number of lines into SQL? That is where the problem resides. Like, we are kind of building up a stack of things we don't know. Yeah, like this is kind of building up a giant stack of things we don't know. And things we don't know. All right, I'm done with these, Mastermind. You had your shot. No more. Yeah, so how could I represent this? Yeah, I feel like it is AI slop. I kind of agree with you. So we could start with our knowns. It's so bad I don't think it'd be AI, says Unstable DX. Maybe. We could start with our unknowns, which is we start at U. Why do I not see it in this cell? Because we're looking at power. We start with Unstable DX. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I guess we start with this as our seed. And at the same time, we know that... I think I found the start of the bell curve. Oh no. Also, Journey AI, good to see you again. Hello, hello. And we know that, what, out is 1? Or we know out is 0. We actually don't really know anything at this point, do we? So we would start with this, I guess. And then the next time it would be... this, and then... Well, I guess let's tab it out so it's easy. We still have this in here because we don't know these ones yet. So then we would also have Jonald Bobson, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. We would also have this, and BBB goes to TTY. And we would have a third one, which is CCC, which goes to DDDEEE and out, which we don't know the answers to any of these yet. Because we don't have any of these. We have no known pairs at the end of this yet. Let's try mapping this out more. This 100% sounds like AI. Defkin Games says, I'm gonna need you to teach me everything about computer science because my first master's class starts mid-January. Oh, fun. So these are still our recursive rows. I don't see how this helps me all that much. Well, we'll keep going. These are our new rows, I guess. So we have to keep these. And we're adding TTY, CCC, and out. We have DDD hub. Oh, I'm looking. Oh, am I confusing myself? I'm confusing myself again. Fuck. This is our actual one that we're supposed to be looking at. No! This is super annoying. $75% off, why not get the piece of paper? I guess that's fair. Like my idea for this is to build up all of these arrays until we get to things where we know the paths. Like as soon as we know CCC and out, we can slowly reduce down the number of paths. So we build up all of these like trajectories. Like we basically build out every recursive call. And then sum them when they're done. Like we probably don't even need these in here at all. Yeah, like I think we can just generate every path. Maybe? Let's just see what that looks like. So these are all of the ones we have to compute. And so like this, we know there's one path. G to out, we know there's one path. Well, actually we don't. We have to figure it out. But we know these are all one. Out to out is one. Yeah, GG, we know there's one. Let's say, I don't know, HHH. I to out, there's one, so we can figure this out because we know it from this. FF, we know there's one, so 1 plus this. We can figure out F, there's one. We can figure out E, there's one. Yeah, so I think like these are all the paths we need to compute uniquely. If we just put in input.text in part 1, how crazy does this get? Yeah. So these are all of the paths that we need to figure out. And we know this is one. And so we can put that into our known. Yeah, I guess. Hmm. I wonder if we can use a trigger for this. Equalite trigger. There's like a way to make an exception, make it fail, right? Mm-hmm. raise function can be used with a trigger program. I feel like I sort of want this, but how would this even work? I don't know. Let's just fucking try this, I guess. I think I'm gonna have two JSON arrays. The second one will be empty. Well, actually, we could probably seed it with out 1 as our base case. We also need to make this into a JSON array. Which is what? Select yeah. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So I guess the algorithm, let me write it out in Python maybe. Just to see if it's even an idea that would work. Actually, let's write it as part 1. Because then we don't have to deal with multiple things. Well, I want to not do that. I want to run the test. So these are all of the paths that I care about. Is that what I get here as well? E out, C out, D out, E out, F out, G out, H. Oh, we don't have, we have out, out, and U out. Okay, that looks correct-ish. So how do I do the next part? Known equals, I guess unknown, sorted scene, known equals out to 1. We need to find something in known that has all of its children satisfied. I'm starting to think about how I would do this with triggers, just in the reverse. Like insert out out into a table, and then all of the things that are thing to out would have this chain, and then add. Actually, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat food. I'll think about this later. Oh, that's really unsatisfying, but I've been streaming for 7 hours and I'm kind of tired, so I'm gonna go head out. My name is Anthony. I upload educational content to my YouTube channel. Go subscribe there. If you missed any part of the stream, you can check out those on the VODs channel at anthonywritescode-vods and join the Discord. That's where I hang out and announce streams and stuff. So go do that. I will see you around. Have a good one, chat. Peace.